this day of baseball continues in downtown Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's game 2 of our split doubleheader as the Indians look to take over sole possession of first place in the American League Central Division. We had some raindrops falling earlier. The tarp was on the field, but it's off. We're ready to go. You see the standings now. The Tribe and the Twins in a dead heat after the Indians have won the first 2 in this series in absolutely convincing fashion. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. We had something happen earlier this afternoon that is a rarity. Both Jose Ramirez and Bradley Zimmer combined to drive in all 8 runs for the Indians. The last time that happened for the Tribe was 2004 when Travis Hafner drove in 5 and Casey Blake drove in 3 in an 8-5 win for the Indians over the Angels. They were awesome, and it wasn't just those 2, but they had contributions from other people creating some traffic.
Well, when you look at the last 3 games offensively, it's been really a team victory. I mean, they're getting out there. They have a lot of walks. They've 29 runs scored. Everybody is joining the hit parade. They're getting some runs early. They're being very aggressive. And once you get that first hit with a runner in scoring position, everything's falling into play. Ramirez is red hot. They don't want to pitch to Encarnacion. And you can see out of the 29 runs, you have 9 doubles. But the walks is a thing. They keep it going. They've walked 15 times as well.
Mike Clevenger will get the start for the Indians in game 2 of this doubleheader. The last time he faced the Twins, the walks killed him. He issued 5 free passes. If he stays away from that, he could have some success.
You know, when Cleb goes out there, he doesn't try to overthrow the ball. He keeps it down in the zone and just let it happen. He has a good slider. He's got a very good changeup. Don't overthrow. Pitch aggressively like they did earlier in this series. I mean, you get ahead. You don't give the Twins any free bases. Make them hit their way on, and I think Mike will be fine. So he's back up here again, and he'll probably get sent back and get ready to start in Baltimore as well.
And another left-hander on the hill tonight for the Minnesota Twins. We'll have all the play-by-play action coming up. Plus, we'll check in with Andre Knott, who has more on Mike Clevenger, who makes the start for the Tribe. Francisco Lindor also back in the starting lineup tonight. We'll be back right after this. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by W.B. Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by Nature Stone, the only concrete solution. Stop. And we're just about ready for baseball as the Indians look to maintain their mastery of the Minnesota Twins. Mike Clevenger getting the start tonight. With more on that, let's go downstairs to Andre Knott.
Thank you very much, Matt. For Mike Clevenger, it's been a different type of last 2 weeks. After his last start, he went back to Columbus, worked on a few things, but he's excited to be back with the team, and he says his trip to Columbus actually was okay because he knew he was coming back to be a part of the team tonight, and tonight's Hear Right sounds of the game.
I'm trying to focus in on the mechanics and the kind of hip-shoulder separation I felt like I wasn't getting, and so went down there and tried to get better at that.
Easier to go down knowing you were coming back and how soon you were coming back?
I mean, yeah. I mean, knowing that you're coming back up is always a good sign, but I mean, anything can happen, so I was still trying to keep the same face on.
For Gio Urshela, he will be at third base tonight for the Indians. He's been here for about 24 hours. He's excited. He's just as happy that he's getting this opportunity to help the team out. He told me he doesn't know how long he's going to be here. He appreciates being here, though, to be able to help this team. It's something he's been dreaming about all season, to be able to be with the big league club.
All right, thanks a lot, Andre. And the Minnesota Twins have taken the field behind left-hander Adalberto Mejia. And so we'll take a look at the Indians starting lineup for Terry Francona, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Frankie Lindor back in there at the top of the order. Daniel Robertson will bat second. Jose Ramirez, what an afternoon he had. He'll hit third. Edwin Encarnacion, Carlos Santana, Austin Jackson in the middle. Then it's Yan Gomes, Lonnie Chisenhall, and Giovanni Urshela back in the big leagues and batting ninth.
Adalberto Mejia is going to be our Northern Ohio Hyundai starting pitcher. And he is making his 9th start. He has never started against the Indians. He's pitched against every other team in the Central. 2 against Chicago, 1 against Detroit and Kansas City. So it'll be his first start against Cleveland. You can see a 5.75 ERA with a 1-2 record. Opposition hitting .275. He gets tougher, though, when runners are on base. And we'll tell you more about him in a little bit. We can set the defense behind him. It's brought to you by WB Mason. It looks like this. Rosario again in left field. Buxton in center. Kepler over in right. Sano gets the start at third. Polanco is at short. Dozier at second. Maurer at first. Castro doing the catching.
Jerry Lane, the crew chief, will call the balls and strikes. He had the after the first game off. Dan Molino is at first. Mike Estabrook at second. Tom Woodring down at third base. We're ready to go as Mejia makes his final preparations. Indians have won 3 in a row to move into a first place tie. The Twins have dropped 7 of their last 12. The Indians have won 6 in a row here in Minnesota, matching their longest win streak here at Target Field. First pitch is down low, ball 1.
Third straight left-hander the Twins are throwing at the Indians. And had very good luck the first 2 games.
Game time temperature is 73 degrees. The brief rain that we had moved through and cooled things off a bit. That's in for a strike. It's 2-1. Lindor 1 for 3 last night with a double and a run scored. And he wraps this one to center field. Buxton cruising back, makes the catch, 1-0. The storylines tonight brought to you by Wayside Furniture. A win tonight would even up the Indians' season record against left-handed starters. They're now 14-15. And for Mike Clevenger, keep the ball down in the zone. Daniel Robertson looking for his first hit in the series. 0 for 10. Takes ball 1. That old story, though, if you're not hitting, try to do something to help the team win. He did that yesterday. Made a nice catch in left field and then threw to second for a double play. And Carlos Carrasco said that really picked him up. And remember, right after that, he locked in, and Carrasco really took command of the Twins lineup in the middle part of that game.
Sometimes all it takes is a play like that. You're right, Matt. And, you know, you shouldn't be able to tag up on a fly ball to left field if it stays in the ballpark if you get yourself into position, and he certainly did that.
The 1-2. And a chopper to short. Polanco throws him out 2 away. This was the play in case you missed it last night.
Watch, he gets behind it and catches it and makes a good throw. And that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Kipnis helped him out on the back end with a nice pick. And there you go. That was a big play, turning point, and Carrasco loved it himself. And you're right, it is a spark when a pitcher gets a play like that made behind him.
After that play, Carrasco retired the next 7 hitters in a row, including that one. It was 8 straight. So that was a big momentum shift for that game. Ramirez waves at a pitch, and it's 0-2.
That was a nice slider right there going down and in.
That's ripped by diving Miguel Sano and down the left field line all the way down into the corner.
Boy, can you get any hotter than Jose Ramirez is right now?
7 for 10 in this series. That's his 4th double. And he's hit 2 home runs. That came earlier today.
And that was an 0-2 count. Had him down in the count. Tried to throw him another breaking ball. And Jose, I mean, he just smoked it down the line. He got it started in game 1. He left that one out over the plate and gave him a little swinging room. Speeds up his bat head. Watch it right down the line. And that's double number 19. He's coming up in a hurry. 19 doubles now, 11 homers.
And more importantly, it gives Edwin Encarnacion a chance to bat here in the first inning.
Right.
Terry Francona said, you know, when things weren't going well, it seemed like Edwin was leading off innings, and that's not ideal. You want him to bat situations like this where he can do damage.
Well, and they really haven't been throwing him a whole lot of strikes. I mean, they've been pitching around him.
And the Indians have taken advantage of that because as he has drawn the walks, he's also been scoring a lot of runs.
Yeah, scored 2 runs in the first game, scored a couple of runs in game 1, and he's walked 4 times.
Down and in, 3-0. Arcia in the driver's seat shows you that in the last 8 games, Edwin is batting .462, and they're just going to intentionally walk him now.
Save the pitch. 5th time he's walked in this series.
A dozen runs scored in his last 8 games. And that tells you that as they've walked him, others batting behind him have made people pay.
They're going to benefit because you've got to go after that hitter if you're going to pitch around Encarnacion. So you know, staying behind him, if you stay patient, you should get a good pitch to hit.
And hopefully that eventually benefits a guy like Carlos Santana, who is trying to work his way out of a prolonged funk at the dish.
Well, they have seen a steady diet of changeups against these left-handers in the first 2 games, but Santana hasn't made an adjustment. He has that long swing working again.
Showed him the fastball off the plate, and it's 1-1. Two on, 2 out here in the first. In the dirt again. 2 balls and a strike. Indians scored 3 in the first to start this doubleheader today. Last night it was a run in the second and 3 in the third to give them the early lead.
Well, the thing they have to remain is patient here. And they've done a good job in the first 2 games of the series. They've been getting themselves in good hitters counts and not chasing a lot of pitches out of the zone, forcing their pitchers to get into the strike zone. Would not be surprised to see a changeup here.
Mejia delivers outside, and it's 3-1. Oh, he did call that a strike.
Yes, he did. A little late call.
Well, it sure looked outside.
Well, it was a changeup away. Yeah, he pulled it in.
Now Mejia's 2-2. And a slow chopper up the third baseline.
That's going to be golden.
It'll be an infield single, and the bases are loaded.
Well, can't defend that. You top one, it was like a swing and bunt. Everybody's playing back. And the Indians are going to have another opportunity with 2 outs with the bases loaded. Again, they've done that a couple of times. They've done it at least once in every game so far where they've been able to get that big 2-out base hit and keep innings going.
Timeout. Neil Allen, the pitching coach, making an early visit to the mound.
Well, they don't want this to get out of control early again for the 3rd straight game. This is a very big out for this Twins pitching staff here.
Now, Austin Jackson has only batted once this year with the bases loaded, but if you look overall with runners in scoring position, just 1 out of 16. But if he maintains that good inside-out approach, that's when he's been at his best here, especially in the last few weeks. On the year, he has 6 doubles, a homer, and 7 walks against left-handed pitching. Mejia with a fastball strike. Wow. Called a strike. 0-2.
Let's take a look at the Nissan pitch tracker, and that's a wide zone today. Keep it down. Throw that pitch again if I'm the pitcher. If he's going to call it, throw it.
Up and away that time.
Austin Jackson had an at-bat where he was down in the count in game 1. 0-2. Ended up drawing a walk in the inning to keep it going. And in the very first at-bat, that was before Zimmer's 2-run single.
There's a high fly ball. Deep left center field. Buxton racing back on the track, makes the catch. A good 400 feet away from home plate. And the Indians are denied here in the first. They leave them loaded. The Twins are coming to bat. brought to you by Hankook Tires. Brian Dozier leading it off. Joe Mauer bats second. Miguel Sano in the 3-hole, and it's Max Kepler, Eduardo Escobar, and Eddie Rosario, who's 3 for 5 with a home run in the series. Jorge Polanco, Jason Castro, Byron Buxton round it out.
Mike Clevenger, the Northern Ohio Honda pitcher for the Indians, and Clevenger's 2-3, a 4.09. He did make a start against Minnesota this year back on May 13th. Only went 4 1/3 innings, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs, but he walked 5, struck out 5. But he's pitched very well on the road. He's 2-1 with a 2.70 ERA this year.
And his first pitch is over the plate, but a bit high, 1-0. Dozier 2 for 8 in the series with a run batted in. Breaking ball hit to third. Giovanni Urshela snags it for out number 1. How about that? You get your first game of the year, and right out of the chute, the first batter.
Yeah, hanging breaking ball, hanging breaking ball, but he's in position to jump up and make the catch.
And again, if you're not aware, players on both teams will be wearing the powder blue hats, uniform accents as well, all in an effort to raise awareness for prostate cancer during this Father's Day weekend. Joe Mauer takes a fastball for strike 1. Mauer struck out 3 times last night for only the 20th time in his career. And Clevenger fooled him there. It's 0-2.
Well, 2 good pitches down to Joe Mauer here. Mechanically, Clevenger wants to make a couple of adjustments, but that's what we're looking for. We're looking for that ball down in the strike zone. This is a game of constant adjustments. I don't care if you're an everyday player or you're a pitcher.
Hit to left, slicing, foul, and out of play. Just missed there. 2-2. Joe Mauer got off to a slow start this year, hit just .225 in April, but batted .346 in the month of May.
Nice.
Swung on and missed. They got him again.
Boy, they've got a good game plan going against Mauer in this series. I've never seen him swing and miss so much.
2 down.
But you get ahead and watch. Breaking ball down. And he chases it. Everything to Joe Mauer was down in this at-bat. So out number 2. Clevenger's first strikeout.
And up comes Miguel Sano. When facing Clevenger earlier this year, Sano took him deep for a home run. But Clevenger quickly gets ahead of him 0-2. Missed outside with a fastball. Did he go? He did not.
Gomes was trying to set him up, and it looked like Clevenger was trying to walk off the mound, but he checked his swing. There's the side look. Yeah, he held up.
Got him that time. Clevenger taking something off the pitch. Back-to-back strikeouts. The slider disposes of Sano. The Twins go in order, scoreless after 1. At Target Field, no score. And Alberto Mejia goes to work against the bottom third of the Indians order. Mejia out of the Dominican Republic, originally signed with the Giants. He was 18 years old. Ground ball foul. Gomes shoots it foul on the right side out of play. They list Mejia at 240 pounds, 6'3". Now the 2-2. And he strikes him out. First strikeout for the right or for the left-hander. T-Mobile Unlimited Baseball break. Mookie Betts last night had the game-winning home run in the 8th inning as Boston beat the Astros. Red Sox win tonight. They got a chance to move into a first-place tie because the Yankees lost earlier today 5-2.
They've turned it around. They're playing very well. They're going to go 10 games over with a win tonight.
Lonnie Chisenhall 2 for 5 last night with a couple of runs batted in.
Yeah, she's the only left-handed hitter in the lineup tonight.
That'll even the count. Indians will head to Baltimore after tomorrow's game, take on the Orioles. Baltimore lost 8 out of 10 before they broke loose against St. Louis today. They hit 5 home runs and beat the Cardinals 15-7.
I think that was a little frustration game for them. You know, they get on the board, they're going to keep going. Pitching still gave up 7 runs in that game. St. Louis came back. They've had a hard time holding teams down.
Lonnie rips it foul on the right side.
Went out there and hooked it.
Giovanni Urshela waiting on deck for his first at bat in the big leagues this year. Pop foul out of play. That time he elevated the fastball, had a little zip behind it as well, and he's fanned the first 2 here in the second inning.
Well, they're sitting away. He just went at him. He went with some power, and he elevated it above the belt, and he swings through it. Second straight strikeout for Mejia.
Now Giovanni Urshela, who in 60 games at AAA this year batted .272. Lines this one to center, and the Indians go quickly. Middle of the second, no score in Minneapolis.
Robertson in left, Jackson at center, Chisenhall in right, Urshela at third, Lindor at short, Ramirez at second, Santana at first, Gomes doing the catching.
A heavier rain beginning to fall here in the second inning as Max Kepler leads off for Minnesota.
Well, this could be on and off all night.
way out in front of that breaking ball, and it's 0-2. You can see all the folks behind home plate getting their rain gear out.
They're used to it here.
Down on the dirt, trying to get him to really expand that strike zone. See just how aggressive he was going to be. It's 1-2. Fastball misses just inside. 2-2. Scoreless here in the bottom of the second. And Kepler drives one to left center. Austin Jackson rushes over and makes the catch. 1 down.
MLB TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market game live at home, in the office, or on the go for just $19.99. Visit MLB.tv for the details.
Eduardo Escobar.
A young man that's had so far a very good month of June. Switch hitter has been swinging it very well. He played third base game #1. He'll DH in this game. Paul Molitor wanted to keep that bat in the lineup. That's why.
He shoots it into left field, and it skips by Daniel Robertson. And he'll go to second base with a 1-out double. I think the slickness of the turf may have fooled Robertson.
He did a little hydroplaning out there on the grass. It sure did. He thought he was going to be able to cut it off and maybe hold him to a single, but no siree. Watch this ball skip. A nice job of hitting by Escobar. Watch that one hop, and it had the spin, and it just goes right past him like nobody's business. So for Escobar, he'll get his 5th double. So it's a 1-out double. Minnesota now with an opportunity to get on the board.
Eddie Rosario has had a very good series. He's 3 out of 5 with a home run. And that home run was the opposite way, so he's got good power to all fields. Wasn't it Rosario the guy that hit that chin-high home run here a couple of years ago?
Josh Tomlin, yes it was. Up and in, and he pulled it over into right field. He likes the ball up. Well, actually, he's a free swinger. He can handle a ball down too, but that's where you want to keep it, is down there. Changes speeds nicely on him. Has him down to the count now 0-2. There's the breaking ball, and it bounces in front of the plate. Gomes, you can see how softly he just let it hit the plate, come up and hit the chest protector and stay right in front of him.
Clevenger's 2-strike pitch off the plate. Escobar in scoring position. There's a liner right at second base, but Ramirez got in front of it to knock it down, and that is out #2.
That ball had a little topspin to it too. Now Ramirez hasn't been on that side of the infield since the first month of the season. He's been playing over at third base, and he did a nice job to just keep it in front of him. Watch him body it up. And that's a real short hop, but he kept his body in front of him, jumps on it, gets the out at first, and they couldn't go to third base.
And Lindor was walking over trying to check on Ramirez, and Ramirez just turned his back. He didn't want to talk. I mean, he may not have had any breath to be able to talk. Ball caught him square in the chest. So with 2 down, Jorge Polanco the batter. Polanco did not play this afternoon. He was 0 for 2 with a walk last night. And count 1-1. In 16 games against the Indians, though, he's batted .316 with 5 doubles, 2 triples, 2 home runs. Down low, 2-1. I really like, though, how Clevenger has attacked everything down in the strike zone. So
yeah.
To the hitter, everything looks the same.
Yeah, he's thrown the slow curveball. He's tried to pitch inside. Yeah, he's working all quadrants of the strike zone. Going back in. Nice pitch. You get the swing and miss. See where Gomes is sitting. I love it. He hits the target. That's an excellent pitch. If he can make that pitch all night, and then also throw that changeup that goes down and away and that curveball that throw up there, he's in for a good night. Locating that to the lefties really opens up that outside part of the plate.
Going back in there on the 2-2. Santana grabs it in fair ground.
Well done.
And the side is retired. Clevenger works around a 1-out double, and we are scoreless through 2 in Minneapolis. Frankie Lindor takes a called strike. He flied to center his only time up. Down and in, went to that back foot. And a count 1-2. There's a high fly ball, deep left field. Backers Rosario onto a back pedal at the wall, and he makes the catch. Well, Lindor is Hit the ball to the outfield twice tonight. Sharply both times, but nothing to show for it.
Well, and a couple of balls hit to the warning track. Oh, so close. This one just got under it a little bit. You can see Rosario going back and jumps right before he gets to the wall. Go back to the first inning. Austin Jackson hit one to the deep part of the ballpark that Buxton caught just in front of the fence.
Adalberto Mejia has allowed just 2 hits. One a ringing double to Ramirez, the other just a little swing and bunt type deal by Santana. So he has looked pretty sharp. A couple of loud fly ball outs.
About a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, 85-mile-an-hour slider, and an 80-mile-an-hour changeup. And that is his second walk.
1 on 1 out now for Jose Ramirez. Injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elk & Elk.
That's just a mash unit in New York, isn't it?
You lose your keystone combo. Walker and Cabrera both down. Their center fielder and Matt Harvey, who's just had a rough year all the way around.
They've had a tough year.
Up and away, ball 1 to Jose Ramirez.
Jose had an 0-2 pitch.
How hot is that?
Yeah, 12 for 19, 3 homers, 7 ribbies, 6 doubles, 7 runs scored. Boy, he's both sides of the plate. And today in game number 1, home run to right field on the right side of the dish, and also doubled that way as well. So he's back to hitting it where it's pitched, and he is locked in, as they say. I love him in that number 3 hole. The way he's swinging it, beautiful, right in the middle of everything.
Upstairs, he missed 2 and 1. If you're not aware, Michael Brantley not with the club this weekend. He and his wife welcomed a child into the world, so Michael on paternity leave this weekend.
He'll join the team Monday.
Yeah. But with that, Tito's juggled the lineup, and Ramirez has been a perfect fit.
Look at this.
And he punches this one out into center field for a base hit. Robertson with a strong read. He's going to try to go to third, but the throw beats him.
Yeah, just a little too aggressive right there. When you have Buxton that can cover a lot of ground and he's got a very good arm, that's about knowing your players. And right there, he just got a little too aggressive with Encarnacion coming to the plate. You've got to stay put, my friend. You can see Buxton. See how he comes in? And that's a very athletic center fielder. He was out by a bundle.
I give him credit in that he didn't really hesitate once he saw it drop.
Yeah, but you got Encarnacion coming up. That's the guy you got to stay in scoring position for.
Kind of reminds me of when we just played the White Sox back in Cleveland. And they had made some overly aggressive base running mistakes.
They made 3 outs on the bases in 1 game.
Just there's a borderline between aggressive and reckless, I guess. I mean, there's a line somewhere.
You know what?
In there.
He had a good read, but that's knowing your center fielder out there. That guy can cover ground. He's got a very good arm. And you've got this guy coming to the plate who's swinging it.
Grounds it to short. It's kicked by Polanco. He recovers, throws it in the dirt. Mauer's still able to pull it down to end the inning. So that fizzled out in a hurry. Middle of the third, no score. Mike Clevenger goes to work. He's got the 8-9 hitters and then the top of the order. He's allowed one hit and has struck out a pair in the first 2 innings. Castro lifts one to left, and that's hit pretty well. Back is Robertson at the wall, and he makes the catch. That baby took off, but that's just a loud out, one away.
It had some carry to it. I'm looking to see which way the wind's blowing, and it looks like it's sort of going out to right, but it may be circling around here. It didn't look like he caught it that well, but it had some carry to it.
It's a good look at Robertson staring up at that ball, though. He was tracking it.
Well, he peeked where the wall was. He thought he was going to have to jump, but it was right there, the last step.
A little bit outside. And he ends up walking. That's the first walk, and that's the last guy you want to walk on this team. He's stolen 12 out of 13 bases on the year as we take a look at our stat of the game brought to you by Buick. Twins have had an extra base hit, at least one in every game this year.
Well, they're also one of 2 teams in this league that has not been shut out as well. Them and the Yankees yet to be shut out.
Buxton just did get back in there.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's stolen 12 out of 13. So this is a guy that can run. You got to keep your eye on him.
One ball, no strikes. Yan Gomes has been dynamite at slowing down the run game by throwing out runners. There goes Buxton. Here's the throw by Gomes. Not in time. Oh, they got him. They called him out. It was a late tag by Ramirez on the back leg of Buxton, and maybe he did get the leg before the hand got to the bag.
Yeah, it looked like it from our angle. See, the umpire was on the inside part of the play, which, you know, that's where you're supposed to be. But by the time he gets in there, the throw was late, and he's safe. He's got to be safe, don't you think?
Sure looked like it.
I mean, the hand gets in there. I think they're going to overturn that. It looked like it.
They will challenge the play.
Sure,
Minnesota asked the umpires to take a look.
I mean, he was flying head first, and by the time he got to his feet, and if that's what he tagged with one of the legs up, I think his hand was already in there. Clevenger going off the field for something. Oh, he's getting something for his cleats. He's got some mud building up in there.
Remember, we had a play like that, but it was at third base with Lindor where he dove in.
Right.
And they tagged him on the back leg as his leg came up in the air.
Yeah.
But he was tagged clearly before his hand got to the bag. This time it looks like it's very close, but
I think he's safe. It just looks like those hands are out there. He is going awfully fast, and it looked like the tag was coming on the foot or the ankle as his legs were bent up. We'll see. Remember, the umpire was on the inside part of second base where they usually are when they make that call. I don't know if he could see the hand on the base and the tag at the same time.
these are those calls, though, where a lot of it's going to depend on where he tagged it.
Right. I couldn't see really where he did tag it. It was hard to see in those.
They just had an angle up on the scoreboard looking from the first base side down at second base, and it looked like he maybe didn't get him on that back leg. So where does he get him on the leg? Or now see, on that angle it looks like he doesn't get him till later in the process. This angle looks like he gets him on that ankle.
Yeah, but where's the hand?
This is truly one where you need that sort of mosaic look where they've got all four angles on the screen at once and they can sync them all up. Well, here's your decision.
We're getting close to it.
Jerry Lane, the crew chief, on your left.
Well, they made the decision.
And the call is overturned. Give Buxton his 13th stolen base of the year. 13 out of 14. Give Gomes credit for making it even close.
Yeah, he had a really nice jump, and then Gomes did everything in his power. He made a nice throw. Ramirez made a nice tag, and it was awfully close.
So for the second time in as many innings, the Twins have a runner at second with one out.
Yeah, you got to keep him close there too, as Ramirez will, because he was playing up the middle anyway with Dozier hitting.
The count is 1-1, not 2-0. Down low, 2 balls and a strike. Throw to second, throws it into center field. And Buxton will go to third.
Yeah, that's a play you don't have to really throw the ball. Sometimes a really difficult play for a pitcher to throw it in that situation, but he throws it into center field. Let's look at it from above. He's not that far off. That's one he should have just held on to instead of throw it. It'll be an error on Clevenger. And it allows Buxton to go to third base. So the stolen base, now an error.
Left field foul.
Manufacturing a run here.
Well, Clevenger, I'm sure, would be the first to tell you, when you got a guy hitting 206 back ninth, you got to make him hit his way on. Walking him is like igniting a fire because he's so fast. He can create a run just with his speed alone.
Yeah, and he has to this point. Now it's just a matter of can they get him in. Count goes full now to Brian Dozier.
He struck him out. Boy, that's a nice off-speed pitch by Mike Clevenger, and that's his third strikeout tonight. And boy, did he need one there.
Well, he reached back for that slider on the 3-2 pitch, and he put it in the zone. That's the key. If you're going to throw it, make sure it's a strike, and you get the swing and miss. Dozier stays right there. He tried to hit it and hit it hard. Clevenger 1 out away from getting out of it now.
You know, we talked last night about the difference in breaking balls and how some guys may call them different things.
Right.
With Clevenger, it's more that side to side, more that horizontal tilt with his slider. It's not, you know, Carrasco has that straight
over the
down
top.
maybe
Yeah.
movement. But as long as it gets the job done, it doesn't matter.
But the thing of it was, even if he takes it, it's a strike because he put it on the outside corner. He threw a strike with it, 3-2.
Oh, 1 pitch to Mauer. Blew it by him, and it's 0-2.
Well, he's going right there and challenges him on the inner third of the plate and gets it by him.
Mauer's 0 for 5, 4 strikeouts in the series. But that doesn't ever make you feel comfortable with this guy at the plate.
No, good 2-strike hitter.
Just a bit high.
He rarely chases, as this will tell you right here. It's upstairs. It's a pretty good pitch, but he doesn't even offer at it. He's been swinging at that breaking ball down out of the strike zone in this series. See if he can put another one down there where he did the first time up.
He went down there.
Didn't get
but
it down.
Now he yanks it over the head of Chisenhall. In the gap it goes. And the Twins take a 1-0 lead. On a 1-2, 2-out RBI double from Joe Mauer.
Yeah, he didn't get that one down where he had to bounce it. He chased it out of the strike zone the first time. This time, watch, Clev leaves it up. There it is. That's the left-hander's wheelhouse, down and in. So he put a good swing on. 14th double for Mauer. Minnesota will play from in front in game 2 here. His 28th RBI. And again, it goes back to that leadoff or the 1-out walk.
Miguel Sano struck out his first time up. Breaking ball in there for strike 1. Nice backhanded pick there by Gomes. Lost sight of it for a moment, but now we're not advancing. 2-1 with a runner at second and 2 down here in the third. Now it's 3-1. That is hit high in the air, left field. Daniel Robertson near the line makes the catch, and the side is retired. Twins get on the board first here in the third. They lead it 1-0. Carlos Santana about to lead off for the Tribe. Let's go downstairs to Andre now.
Well, as we've watched over the last few days, the Indians offense get going, and you've seen some guys like Edwin Encarnacion as well as Jose Ramirez get hot. Carlos Santana is still struggling a bit. This morning when I talked to Terry Francona, he said that's okay. He says, I trust him and I believe in him, and I always know in the second half he will hit better than he has in the first half. He's had some adjustment issues on the right-hand side. Petito says he's got complete faith in him. He knows that he will get hits and hit the ball out of the park for him in the second half. He said, because that's what Carlos always has done when I've been here.
Yeah, sometimes it has to be frustrating. It tries your patience, but you have to live with some of those lulls to experience some of the great highs that he has.
He's always been like that as a hitter. You know, a lot of times Carlos will get pull happy, but he goes out there, he plays every day, he works his way through it, he grinds his way through it, and his numbers are going to be there. You know, the average won't, but his power numbers will get up there, and hopefully when he hits them, there'll be some guys on base so the RBIs can go up too.
Yeah, he's going to have a pretty good surge to get back to where he was a year ago when he had 34 home runs. But the 0-2 outside. As long as he is a productive hitter in the middle of the lineup. I mean, he does have 16 doubles.
Well, he still has the most hits with runners in scoring position for this ball club, right?
Yeah.
17, is it?
He's got the most opportunities, though, also.
Yeah, that's true. He's
slow chopper to third.
He's just rolling over on everything right now.
And Sano throws him out, one down. Time for a game break. Let's go back to Al Pawlowski. How about Cody Bellinger? Think he's all-star worthy?
Absolutely.
He hit another home run today. Dodgers crushed Cincinnati 10-2.
He would be scary in that ballpark down in Cincinnati.
Yeah, you imagine if he.
Yasiel
Puig get 2 home runs in that game.
Okay. Jackson hit the ball hard his first time up.
Hits it hard
there
again.
He goes.
Deep left field. That's going to tie the game in a hurry. One swing of the bat. Austin Jackson with his 3rd home run of the year.
He pulled that one a little more than the first time up. He hit his first one to straightaway center fielder just to the left field side. This time he made sure that barrelhead was out a little bit more. And Austin gets his 3rd home run and 1 swing of the bat. We have a tie game. So back on the Indians. It's going to be our Yellowwood bringing the lumber. Austin Jackson. Watch the pitch. He gets a little breaking ball. Gets the barrel head of that bat out in front. And we have a tie game. Yeah, you can tell as soon as it left the bat, it was going to get out of here.
Yan Gomes is swing and a miss. You know, it's funny. A lot of times you watch the pitcher's reaction, and a number of times they know as soon as the ball is contacted by the bat. You see them react, go, oh no, that's gone. Throw their hands up, or just drop their head immediately. That time Mejia spun around because he thought maybe it was going to stay in the ballpark, and that was 5-6 rows deep. He's hoping. He's hoping.
Yeah, he's begging.
No.
Oh, okay. That was a bad pitch. You never know. Sometimes, you know, you get under it, just like the last out in the inning where Sano popped up. He had the healthy cut. He just got under it. He didn't. Austin didn't get under that. He hit that one well. Line drive.
Right back to him. Easy play for Mejia. And he throws it high, but luckily he's got a tall first baseman. 2 down.
Right fielder number 8, Lonnie Chisenhall.
Austin Jackson delivering here in the 4th. 2 down now for Lonnie Chisenhall. And a foul back out of play. Fouling it off again. Count stays 0-2. Angels have the early lead on Kansas City. They've gone to the 4th inning. It's 1-0. Royals trying to win their 7th straight. That would get them to within a game of 500. Lonnie lifts one deep right field, headed
Got
for the
it.
limestone cutout. Goodbye.
Line shot.
Chisenhall, home run number 9, and the Indians, with their second home run of the inning, take a 2-1 lead. And that guy got the ball, and he may have busted his hand.
Well, Chiz hits his 9th. That was a line shot as well.
Yeah, that guy that tried to catch it had your old red Indians top on, but
Oh, he did?
yeah. Watch this guy out there in right field. He's got the old 1975 top on.
Another slider. There it is.
Oh. He's got the ball, but then he started shaking that hand.
It's all right as long as he's got the ball.
Mike Pocta says 20 of Lonnie Chisenhall's 32 RBIs have come with 2 outs in an inning. Urshela grounds out. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Couple of homers, and the Tribe is on top, 2-1. $11 a.m. Eastern on Fox, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. There's a look at how they
Arm in the left-hander.
shake up going into the final round.
How about Thomas? 9 under today.
That's unbelievable.
Setting a record
9 under.
for the Open Championship. 9 under.
As the drizzle falls, Clevenger delivers low and away ball 1 to Max Kepler. Just inside, and it's 2-0. Bullseye outside corner with the fastball, 2-1. Rip foul.
Stay out of that spot. Down and in to the left-handers. He made a mistake down there with Mauer. He hurt him in right center field. But we know this guy loves that ball down and in. Sometimes you have to bounce him down there.
Another breaking ball, and he fouls this one back. again, he stays with that breaking ball. And another foul ball by Kepler. You know, his fastball's been effective at times when he's used it here tonight.
Yeah, he can't forget to continue to use it.
Even
You know, you
with two
got to go in
strikes,
there.
you know.
Absolutely.
If you give up a hit, you give up a hit. But I think he's got enough. He's been throwing it by guys. Pops him up out of play. Again,
Yeah, you give him a little time. I mean, they're fouling off a lot of breaking balls. But earlier, you know, he came inside to a couple lefties. And if you miss in off the plate, especially when you get ahead of the hitters. And then if you want to go try and put them away, maybe you go bounce one. You have a couple pitches to work with to set up your pitches. There you go. We ran one in on him.
Daniel Robertson will make the catch in shallow left, one away.
Now watch, this ball gets down on the trademark, but it just doesn't let him extend. See, that wasn't really in. That had a pretty good portion of the plate, but still it had enough on it where he couldn't get the barrel head of the bat out because it wasn't down in his swing plane, and he popped it up to left field. Remember the conditions out there. It's raining, it's drizzling. They're not the best conditions.
Missed outside, ball one to Eduardo Escobar, who doubled to left his first time up. And there's a good high fastball again. He's able to power it past him. Curveball fouled back, and it's 1-2. Down in Houston, Jose Altuve has homered. Carlos Beltran has also gone deep, and the Astros lead the Red Sox 6-0 in the fourth inning. Foul straight back, stays 2-2. Just off the plate, full count. We're in the fourth, and you see Clevenger at 66 pitches. 40 of those have been strikes. And he took the sting out of his bat, popped him up again. Shallow left. Robertson, 2 down.
Well, these Minnesota Twins will be in Cleveland next Friday, and it'll be Dollar Dog Night for a 3-game series starting on Friday. And fans, you can get $2 domestic beers out in the district, out in right field, and 10,000 fans will receive sunglasses courtesy of Subway. There will be fireworks to follow that ball game Friday night, brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Come on out. Go to Indians.com for your tickets.
Breaking ball down and in. Fastball nicks the outside corner. 1-1 the count on Eddie Rosario. Clevenger gets ahead of him, trying to retire the side in order for the second time in 4 innings. High fastball blew it by him. And Mike Clevenger with a good response after the Indians give them the lead. He sets him down 1-2-3. He's fan 4, 2-1 Cleveland as we head to the 5th. Is brought to you by Levin Furniture. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. And by Cleveland Clinic, Express Care online. Download it now for free. A rainy night here in Minneapolis. It hasn't been an all-out downpour. It's just been drizzly at times. Just enough to keep the field a little on the slick side.
Well, so far so good. They've been able to, the grounds crew was out there taking some of that dirt out of there. We saw Clevenger come over to the dugout to get something, that tongue depressor to keep the cleats clean. They have that little pad on the back of the mound to wipe them as well. So they may do a little, put some drying agent on the field throughout the course in between innings. But so far so good.
Francisco Lindor leading off for the 3rd time tonight. He led off the game, fly to center. He led off the 3rd, fly to deep left, put Rosario up against the wall.
He's hit the ball well both times.
Yeah. Down low, 1-1. It's down and in. 2 balls and a strike. Chopped to 3rd. Diving stop by Sano. The big man gets up, flips it over, and they get Lindor 1 down.
Big body on the ground and makes a nice play, does Miguel Sano. One hopper stayed up for him, but he still makes a very nice play, getting on that wet turf. Throws over to Maurer and retires Lindor.
You don't see guys his size normally playing that position.
He's a big man, very big man.
But we've seen him make athletic plays. He's not just a statue over there.
Remember last year where they didn't have a position for him? They had Plouffe here. They had him in right field. He placed some third base, and they finally made the decision. They were trying to get rid of Trevor Plouffe, and they said, hey, this has got to be our guy. Here's our future. And I think that helped him offensively. Once he settled in, he started playing third base. Not that he's going to be the best third baseman, in baseball, but still he can get out there and hold his own. Plouffe went on, and he was in Oakland. I think he just got designated out there as well.
I'm sure the question will be for Derek Falvey and company, how long can he stay there at third base? 2-2 pitch. You know, as you age, you know, your range is going to decrease, and at his size, that range may decrease more rapidly. But for now,
well, he's a young kid. I mean, he's not too old. He'll be fine for a little while.
3-2 pitch. Robertson fouls it out of play.
He's the man that sits in the middle of that lineup with the power. You know, he has 16 homers, 48 RBI.
Here's a 3-2. And it's up high. Ball 4. Robertson's walked for the second time in the game. Well, Jose Ramirez is coming up. He already has 8 hits in this series. Let's go down to Andre.
Well, after the game today, I asked Terry Francona about Jose Ramirez and how well he's been hitting. He says, I don't think Jose liked getting hit last night. So I asked Jose about it, and he says no. And I said, how do you feel? And he goes, I feel fine. I hit 2 home runs and have 4 RBIs, and I feel good. I can't wait to play in the second game.
He loves to play,
he's
man.
8 for 11 in the series with 4 doubles and 2 home runs.
He's hitting everything they throw.
There's also something else to this that we don't get into very often. You guys remember the home run he hit a couple years ago against the Twins where he kind of took his time?
Bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say they don't like each other, but there's some history, and he remembers everything that has happened between this team and them. And I think there's been some words that have been said. Jose gets pumped up to take on the Twins for whatever reason.
That rain's probably falling as hard as it has all night, and Ramirez chases one. Well, what I remember about that is that Paul Molitor was fuming mad.
Yes, he was.
And I understood it from his perspective. And Jose was a young player, and he got a little excited, made a mistake. But I don't see where you hold a grudge because of one instance like that. You may not like a guy because he kills you every time you play him either. But I will say this, Andre. Jose Ramirez is the kind of guy who isn't one to forget either.
Right.
And I think he holds those things. Maybe that's what motivates him.
I was going to say that's what's got him to this point as a player. He remembers every little thing that's gone against him.
Every slight.
But Tito said something that I liked. He said he never said a word. He goes, just to knowing him and knowing what drives him, he goes, I put him right back in the lineup because I knew he would show up and make his bat talk, and he wouldn't say anything.
That's exactly the way they do it. You don't say a word, and he goes about it the right way. Strike 3?
I didn't hear him.
Strike 3, isn't it? That's strike 3.
Did he call it a strike? I never saw him signal it.
Yes, I did. It was late.
Okay.
It was late, and it's coming down now.
Yeah, it's rated now as hard as it has, and you just got to wonder how long.
Well, it's the 5th inning now. You got to.
Oh yeah, he did make a delay call, but he didn't make his strike 3 call.
No,
Jerry might have forgot how many strikes there were. Check the counter. So 2 down for Edwin Encarnacion. And now Jerry's calling for the target.
Yeah, it's getting nasty. You better hurry because you're going to end up having to clean this field up. So get it on, boys. You're in the 5th inning. You got a 2-1 lead.
Well, it's not an official game, but we're going to wait it out now for sure.
Cover the plate. They'll get the mound. You pull the tarp, and we'll sit and wait. You know, this is going to be hit and miss all night long. You know, coming into today, the forecast didn't look very good at all. We never even thought we would play this game, but it stayed away all day long, and hopefully this will blow out of here in a second or an hour or whatever.
Yeah, the last time we were talking about weather right at the outset when they had the tarp on the field, it looked like there was a pretty good chance of rain between around 7, 8:30, 9 o'clock, and then after that, it looked like we were pretty clear. So if this lasts, I don't think this is something that's going to be here for very long.
I hope not. We hope not.
But this rain delay is now brought to you by Nature Stone. And the Indians have a 2-1 lead here in the 5th inning with 2 on. Or with the 1 on and 2 out, and Edwin Encarnacion will be the batter when we come back from this delay. But, you know, hey, the Indians have played really well. They've won the first 2 games of this series. They've moved into a tie for first place in the division. Twins had their first lead in the series, and the Indians stormed right back, hit a couple of home runs to take a 2-1 advantage. And now the question will be, as this rain delay continues, you know, what do you do with your starting pitchers? How long
you
can
wait
they
and
sit
see.
and wait?
Exactly. You have to wait and see how long, you know, because they're getting into the middle part of this ball game. So that I would think if you're out for 45 minutes or any more than that, it'll be a bullpen game.
And this is where the 26th man addition to the roster is really beneficial to clubs when you're playing these doubleheaders, because both teams have an extra guy. And in the Indians' case, it's Adam Plutko. So he's out there in that bullpen, and he's a starter, and he can give you some length. I'm not saying that they're going to go to him, but in the event they would have to, you know, need somebody to pick up some innings, he's a guy that would be suited to be able to step in there.
There goes Clevenger to the clubhouse.
Here come all the bullpen guys. They're headed to the clubhouse as well.
Yeah, they know it's going to be around for a while. They're making the mad dash to get in there. I don't know what they want to watch on TV or whether they want to play some cards, but.
Well, not only that, but I don't think the visitors' bullpen, there may not be a lot of cover out there.
Yeah, that's true.
I think the Twins' bullpen looks like the overhang may protect it somewhat, but the Indians' bullpen is maybe a little more in the elements. So they're going to head for cover, and we're going to sit and wait things out. We'll take a timeout. We'll continue with our coverage of Indians baseball from Target Field in Minneapolis right after this. right-hander, Tyler Duffy. Interesting when you think about Minnesota starting 3 consecutive left-handed pitchers in a series. A right-hander will go tomorrow. But now with Mejia out after the rain delay, they go to a right-hander to restart this game. They used Buddy Boshears earlier today. Breslow, a left-hander out of the bullpen last night.
Yeah, they have a few.
They still have Taylor Rogers. I don't think we've seen him pitch yet.
No, we haven't. We have not. But, hey, we're only in the 5th inning. There's a really good chance of that happening after today. But Duffy coming on for the 24th time, 0-1, a 3.03 earned run average. He's got the good curveball. Looking at about a 15-minute delay, hour and 15 thereabouts, pretty close, depending on when he gets ready and he's ready to throw the first pitch. It stopped at 8:37, and Encarnacion will be the hitter with a 1-0 count on him with 2 outs.
Alberto Mejia threw 86 pitches in 4 2/3 innings. He is the pitcher of record for Minnesota as Tyler Duffy now takes over.
And you know, in the first 3 games, that's I know it's been a rain delay, but the longest that a starter for the Twins went, 4 2/3 innings. Nick Turley did that in game 1. Adam Wilk, 3 1/3.
Swing and a miss by Edwin Encarnacion. What did they say? 1 hour 15?
15.
1 hour 15 minutes on the rain delay.
Yep.
Officially. And another strike. So Edwin in the hole. 1 ball, 2 strikes. With a runner at first, 2 down. Swung on and missed. Encarnacion lost his bat. He strikes out. That quickly ends the top half of the 5th. Cleveland 2, Minnesota 1.
Rewards, and today's Tribe Rewards code is BOON. Visit Indians.com for complete details.
The new Indians pitcher is right-hander Nick Goody. Goody on for the 24th time this year. He's allowed 15 hits in his 25 2/3 innings. A .170 opponent batting average against. And he'll face the bottom third of the Twins order here. Polanco, Castro, Buxton due up. Ball one, it's up high. Last night and in the first game of the doubleheader today, Terry Francona used Brian Shaw in both of those games, but he did not have to use either Andrew Miller or Cody Allen. So he has both of his big guns at the back end of the bullpen at his disposal here tonight. The question is, how does he get to them if this stays a one-run or very close game?
Right. Yeah, the middle part of this ball game, you're hoping you either score some more runs here in a hurry.
Figure, Rick, he needs 2 innings to where he can legitimately get to Miller if he wants to use him for 2 innings or multiple innings. Combination of he and Cody for the final 3 innings tonight. There's a fastball strike.
Well, Matt, I can tell you one guy we won't see most likely is Brian Shaw, even though he wants to pitch. He was pretty much told he's down for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I would think so after pitching last night and again today earlier.
But you know him.
Oh, sure.
He wants it.
The 2-1 pitch. Swinging a foul back. Now, Brian Shaw's one of those guys, and Andre, you and me and Rick have had this conversation before. I guess he's somewhat of an easy target because when he has a bad outing, it's a bad one usually. But you talk to his teammates, the guys who are really in the know, they all respect the heck out of the fact that he goes out year after year after year, 60, 70 appearances, never turns the ball down.
Well, Redbird can look it up. I think I checked something earlier. I think he's at a 1.93 ERA since April. So that tells you, I know everybody gets caught up in his slow starts, but once he gets going, he's pretty darn good.
And he's just reliable. I mean, he's, that's what managers want.
Managers love guys that are ready to pitch every day, especially coming out of that bullpen.
Right now, Nick Goody in a battle with Jorge Polanco here. 6th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Redbird confirms your numbers there, Andre. 1.99 ERA for Shaw since May 1st. Right now, though, Nick Goody has worked the count, or Polanco has worked the count full against Nick. Pulls it foul. Nick Goody's 170 batting average against is 12th lowest among relievers. But his ERA of 1.05, that's the 3rd best. Payoff pitch.
Nice pitch.
Oh my.
Look at Gomes was ready to throw. That was a slider. That was a strike. It was a slider on the outside part of the plate.
It was a strike earlier in the game.
They gave up on it. I'm sorry to say. Watch this backdoor slider right there, outside edge. That's a strike, called ball. So the leadoff man is aboard.
Well, the inconsistent nature of the balls and strikes. Hopefully that doesn't prove costly in this 1-run game.
Well, you can't give in. That was a good pitch. Stay right there. He might have missed it.
Jason Castro, he flied to deep left his last time up. That one's called a strike. Double play ball towards second. Ramirez to Lindor for one. Back
Good
to
pitch.
first, and they turn two.
Nick Goody, boy, he didn't give in, did he? I'll tell you what, he didn't get the call, but he comes right back, throws two perfect strikes, gets the ground ball, and they turn the double play.
And how about Jose Ramirez, who hasn't played much second base this year, in there tonight? A little in between hop. He waits back on it nicely.
Yeah, turned nicely. No, Goody right there. Make your pitch. Atta boy. Nice job. Young pitchers, you know, that could shake somebody up if you don't get a call like that. It certainly did not do it to Nick Goody.
Byron Buxton has scored the only run of this game for Minnesota.
Manufactured it, really,
Yeah.
for the most part, on his own.
He walked, stole second, though he was initially called out. Twins challenged it, and the replay overturned the call. Went to third on a throwing error by Clevenger as he tried to pick him off at second base, and then scored on the 2-out double by Mauer.
And the only walk today, you know, and that came off Clevenger, and they scored that run. This is a Twins team now. They're third in the league in walks with 251, or making 252. You give them any extra base runners, you have to make these guys hit their way on. A lot like the Indians team. The more base runners that you give them and opportunities, and Minnesota has given the Indians plenty of opportunities because they walked 7 in game 1, and they had 5 walks yesterday, so 12 the first 2 games, and they have 3 today. So
Buxton bunts it back out of play.
you know, he has a 2-0 count, and now he's trying to utilize his speed and do what he did earlier. If he bunts in this situation, he's going to have to try to steal a base with 2 outs.
That's a given, isn't it? The way
Yeah,
he's been running.
but I mean, with the way this track is, it's not the easiest to get around now with all the rain we've had. But this guy can run. You get a 2-0 count. You would think you might want to try and hit a double.
Fouled back. I would say you're right 99% of the time. He's in that 1% because of his speed. Because I think he can turn a bunt into a double the way he runs.
13 out of 14 he has stolen this year, so he can, yes.
Not many like him anymore. His problem is just getting on first base. He's had a tough year at the plate. The 2-2. There is no question about his ability to play center field.
Oh, he's as good as they get.
He can go get him. He makes the spectacular plays.
Well, he made a play today throwing out Robertson at third base when he thought he had a good read on a baseball.
Remember the play in Cleveland where he planted himself against the wall?
Yeah, he had a good series there defensively. And this is a pretty spacious outfield, so they need a guy like him in the outfield here.
Yeah,
to patrol the
411,
pastures.
403. You're right. There's a lot of room to run balls down in center. Goody with the 2-2. High fly ball. Center field. Jackson makes the catch. We've played 5. Cleveland 2, Minnesota 1. challenge. Every home run and strikeout in this game raises money for prostate cancer research. So far since June the 1st, $3.3 million has been raised in the challenge. You can make your pledge by going online to homerunchallenge.org. A couple of home runs here in the second game of our doubleheader. Austin Jackson and Lonnie Chisenhall both going deep. The Indians have struck out 4 Minnesota batters, so they continue to raise money. And again, if you join us late, that's the reason why you see the powder blue caps, to raise awareness for prostate cancer research on this Father's Day weekend. Carlos Santana leads off, pops it back out of play. Santana 1 for 2 on the night.
Tonight's game is the makeup game that was rained out back in April that they're making up, and we still had an hour and 15-minute delay here in this ball game. Seems like we're going to get it in.
Well, at least it's an official game now.
Yeah.
0-2 and missed inside. That's the first pitch that has not been a strike from Tyler Duffy. One other game in the American League. Looks like the Royals win streak is going to come to an end. They had won 6 in a row, but it has just gone final. The Angels shut out the Royals 9-0 in Anaheim.
Well, that'll usually stop a winning streak, a shutout, won't it? Duffy has 2 different kinds of breaking balls. One that goes straight down. He's got a big sweeper as well, with pretty good control of him. Used to be a starter.
Down low. Santana ends up drawing a walk. It's a good sign for Carlos. Swinging to summer tomorrow afternoon as the Indians wrap up this series with the Twins here in Minnesota. Our coverage begins with Emmy Award-winning Indians live at 1:30. First pitch at 2. Swinging to summer on Sports Time Ohio and Fox Sports Go, presented by Click It or Ticket. Alex Meyer was the pitcher who was partly responsible for shutting out the Royals. He went 6 innings of 2-hit shutout baseball, striking out 9 for the Angels against that Royals lineup. Bullpen finished with 3. Looks like 3 perfect innings of relief.
Beautiful.
What a bunt by Austin Jackson.
I mean, a dandy. What a nice heads-up play with nobody out. He just puts it down, gets a base hit. Even if they make a play, he gets a sacrifice, but it's just a perfect bunt. He caught Sano. Look how deep he was in a 1-run game. I find that hard to believe. He's that far back in the 6th inning with a man on first and nobody out. That was a really heads-up play there by Austin Jackson. He's 2 for 3 now.
Is he thinking to himself, well, Jackson hit one of the warning track in center field his first time up, hit one into the seats his last time up.
But that was off a left-hander. 6 innings. It's a 1-run game. You got to at least play even with the bag, I would think.
Well, he didn't.
Heads up.
It
play.
cost him.
Yes, it did.
Now they're even with the bags. They're looking for a bunt, and Gomes pulls it back. Takes ball 1.
Well, it's a bunt situation here at 1-run game. Move them along. And again, if you're Yan Gomes, try and make Sano field the ball at third, because Duffy's going to be falling off the first base side. He's going to have a tough time getting over there. So yeah, you want to move him along.
Not showing bunt, and he swings through it. 1-1. Gomes 0 for 2 today. Last night he was 2 for 4 with 3 runs batted in. Let's see if he's back to showing bunt here. He is not. And he fouls it off of his foot while he was still in the batter's box. You can see him reminding himself to try and stay back, take that ball the other way. He was out in front of that one.
You know, it's going to be tough to stay back. He's probably going to see a breaking ball. And you would like to see him to try and shoot it the other way, at least get that man from second to third with nobody out. Tougher to turn a ground ball double play from the second base side.
And he's down on strikes. One away.
Just
kind of a weird at bat.
Yeah, it was. It was a good curveball, and he gets a swing and miss, but he went over to bunt the first time and then took a couple of hacks, fell behind, and strikes out. So now he doesn't advance the runners.
Lonnie Chisenhall homered to right field his last time up in the fourth inning. It wasn't exactly breezier earlier tonight when this game started, but now it is dead calm.
Yeah, that storm moved through, and I think it's a lot cooler here now, and it's going to be cooler tomorrow.
Definitely feels like it cooled off.
Come Father's Day.
The high tomorrow is only about 72 degrees, maybe.
Beautiful.
Lonnie takes outside. He's sitting in the catbird seat here, 2-0. Two out RBIs for Lonnie. There's only one out here, but he has been
money.
Clutch. Yeah. Back out of play. Giovanni Urshela waiting on deck. And the 2-1 is hit deep to right field. This baby is long gone. Chisenhall with a 3-run homer to right field. His second home run of the night, giving him 10 on the year, and that blows it open here for the Indians. They now lead it 5-1.
What a big hit. He got himself a nice curveball. It seemed to hang for him, and he just spins on it and hits it into right field. Second consecutive home run for Lonnie Chisenhall. Ramirez homered twice in game one. Chisenhall, a big 3-run home run, makes it a 5-1 ball game and give Lonnie his 10th homer on the year. Oh boy, look at Duffy. He couldn't believe it. He knew it and he threw it. I'm not getting that ball back.
It's the third multi-home run game of Lonnie Chisenhall's career. And boy, was that a big one. Well, now Gio Urshela bangs one to short. Polanco throw it wide, and he pulled him off the bag. No, they say he was on the bag when he caught it. At least that was the call by Dan Bellino. And we'll see if Terry Francona and company issue a challenge here. It was close. It looked like Mauer was falling off the bag. But let's take another look here. It's a good call.
Yeah, he's on the bag. It looks like it because he was ready to shift his feet so he could extend to go get it. And he was able to keep that toe on the bag.
Yeah, that's a nice job by Mauer to save his
sure
shortstop an error.
Yes, it is.
So 2 down, top of the order. Francisco Lindor is 0 for 3 tonight. Indians offense powered by the home run ball tonight. Man, oh man, Rick, look at how far over Byron Buxton is playing Francisco Lindor. He's in right, almost right center field.
Spray sheets. Remember we were talking about it.
Lindor even said to Mike Sarbaugh when he showed him those spreadsheets, as reported by Andre, well, that's not who I am as a hitter. I've got to start using the other side of the field. Tries to on that pitch.
Yes,
but
he did.
Foul.
You know, it's not easy to just try and guide that ball right there to left field.
If it was that easy, they'd do it all the time.
Exactly. Right? I mean, you can you maybe direct it to that part of the field, But it's tough to, you have to get on top of that pitch and drive it that way.
But as you've made the point many times before, it's when you get a pitch to drive the other way and you try to pull it.
Yeah.
That's when you start having that meeting with yourself going, what are you doing?
You're getting pull happy,
Yeah.
right. Because you see the pitch so much, and it's just habits you can get into.
Lindor sitting in a good spot now, 3-1 with 2 down in the inning. And he shoots one through the right side of the infield. So Lindor has the Indians' 3rd hit of the inning, his first tonight. And the inning continues now for Daniel Robertson. Five runs, 8 hits, 1 error, 5 left for Cleveland so far. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 2 stranded for Minnesota. This was a big inning for the Indians to score, though, and just kind of keep the Twins.
How was it set up?
On the ropes.
A walk, a bunt, and next thing you know, a long ball. You give them some base runners. They had an opportunity. He came back. He struck Gomes out, but Chisenhall got himself a hanging breaking ball and put 3 on the board with 1 swing. 2nd consecutive homer.
Robertson has walked each of his last 2 trips to the plate, but he's trying to snap out of an 0-for-14 skid, and he's probably thinking, I'll take a hit any way I can get one.
Well, he could use one, because I think tomorrow he's going to get off with the right-hander pitching.
That went off the mask of the catcher and back to the screen. Well, I saw a weird one. Was it last night? Trying to remember who the heck it was. It was the Astros
in Boston.
Yeah, it was Gaddis is at the plate, and Altuve steals 3rd, and the catcher for Boston goes to throw to 3rd, and he hit Gaddis's bat while he was in the box with the throw, and the ball carried him all the way out in the middle of the infield.
Still alive, right?
Yeah, the runner was safe.
Yeah, it's a live ball.
But it was just how often do you ever see that? I mean, it wasn't like he, with the ball in his hand, he hit the bat. He let the ball go about 2 feet away from out of his hand, and it hit the bat off of Gaddis.
Let me think. Didn't that happen in Toronto in the playoffs against Texas?
Little chopper back to the mound, and the inning is over. What an inning for the Tribe. They continue to rock and roll with the big blast. Lonnie Chisenhall's 2nd homer of the night. 5-1 Cleveland. Indians lead with a 3-run homer. Now the bottom of the 6th inning, bottom of the 6th inning, top of the order due up for Minnesota. Brian Dozier, Joe Mauer, Miguel Sano. Well, we're it, pal. We're the only game left.
I was just looking at the scoreboard out there, and I said, okay, I see nothing but finals, so you're right. We're the only one going on.
Isn't there another game somewhere?
Nope, it's right here, baby. All eyes.
Pirates beat the Cubs. They were the only other game still going at the time when we restarted.
There's all the finals. We're just giving you bonus baseball.
That's right.
This is our second one today, and we're going to go all night.
All night long.
Yeah, right.
Dozier high and deep to left. Robertson back, and it's gone. Brian Dozier with his 12th home run of the season.
Well, once again, anytime you try and throw a fastball, especially upstairs by Brian Dozier, you better be careful because he can hit it a long way. And he does right there, number 12. Take a peek. There it is. High fastball, and he can get on top of it with the best of them. How many times have we seen him hit that ball out of here? He loves the high fastball, so he makes it a 5-2 game. They come right back and answer with one swing of the bat.
Now low ball 1 to Joe Mauer. Tribe has the bullpen up. Boone Logan, left-hander, getting loose. Interesting, Rick, and that's only the 4th earned run allowed by Nick Goody this year. But the 3rd home run he's on.
Yeah.
So it seems like when he.
Well, Nick goes out there and he throws a lot of strikes. You know. He attacks you, and you know you're around the zone. You'll give up some home runs as long as they're solo shots.
Yeah. 2-1 the count on Mauer.
That goes to show you how important the 3 runs were in the top half of the inning. It was a 1-run ball game, and we said, you know, you can't expect the pitchers to, you know, just breeze through and start shutting it down from the 4th inning on. You have to go out and score. The Indians did, so it gave them a little breathing room. So now when you make a mistake, it doesn't come back and you say, oh my gosh. That was a nice low dart right there.
And the count 2-2. Mauer voicing his displeasure with the call.
Well, that's I mean, what are you talking about? It had the plate and it was right there. He's frustrated. It's been a long day. He didn't even play the first game. There's another good pitch. What's wrong with that one? That's a pretty good pitch. What, are you going to give a break there?
Wow.
That had the inside part of the plate. Look at it up top. All right, that was a little in from that angle. Love that camera. Love to take it home with me.
Put it in your bag, see if you can get it on the plane.
I wish I could.
Here's the 3-2. He got him the chase, baby. Lindor, Johnny on the spot, 1-0. Our Levin Furniture player profile, though no longer a player, features Paul Molitor, the 13th manager in Twins history. Once upon a time, he was a great player, Hall of Famer, first-round pick of the Brewers in 1977, 3rd overall selection. Joe Mauer and Jack Hanahan both went to the same high school that Molitor went to.
Yeah, that's something, isn't it? Ended his career here.
We should have called Jack, and maybe he would have sent us over some juicy
burgers?
Lucy's
Yeah,
today.
right.
Could have used those in between games.
Well, Buzz might have been out somewhere on the weekend. It was raining tonight. He might have been looking for lightning around.
That's a flag. We're backing you up 15. Go to your neutral corner.
Well, we knew we were going to get storms today, so storm watchers were out.
Here's the 1-0 to Sano, and it's in the dirt. Goody ready. He comes set. And the 2-0 is hit high in the air. I mean, as high as it is far, but it dies on the warning track. 2 down. That's the second time
yes.
that Sano has done that tonight.
Yeah, and wasn't it the last at bat? He
Yeah.
just missed it. You're right. 2 of them today that normally if he's locked in and swinging right, he might have had him, and out comes Tito. I mean, I lost this ball, and you can see how high that thing goes, and it comes straight down with the parachute. But boy, that big man just missed it.
And that's going to be it for Nick
Yeah.
Goody.
Tito said, okay, I've seen enough.
He'll go to the left-hander Boone Logan to face the left-handed hitting Max Kepler when we come back. Out of the Tribe bullpen on to face Max Kepler. In his last 15 games, Logan has worked 8 1/3 innings with 8 strikeouts. Line drive, base hit into right field. Max Kepler didn't waste any time.
Well, there's that first pitch. It's a fastball right there, and why spot him? I mean, you're going up there when he's coming in, and you're, as a left-handed hitter, looking for that first fastball. He got one inside. He turned on it and got a base hit. A 2-out single. That'll bring Escobar up. He's a much better hitter from this side of the plate.
So far this year, Boone Logan has pitched 7 innings out of the bullpen at home, 7 1/3 innings on the road. He's given up 1 run at Progressive Field, 5 runs in his 7 1/3 innings of work on the road. That's again one of those stats you can't figure any rhyme or reason out to that, but it has been the case. Eduardo Escobar doubled in the second, fly to left his last time up. And as a switch hitter, this is his strong side. He has batted .370 as a right-handed hitter. Though from a production standpoint, RBIs have been equal, 12 each side, and he's just drawn a 4-pitch walk.
Yeah,
that's not good.
No, because it brings a tying run to the plate. I know it's a left-hander, Rosario.
Making Callaway going to go out for a quick chat.
Well, the first pitch was a strike and it was a base hit, and then it was 4 off the plate.
Rosario can be a tough out. He's 0 for 2 tonight, but he was 3 for his first 5 in the series, including a home run.
Well, he's always swung the bat very well against the Indians, also in his career.
Ground ball to second. And Ramirez will throw him out. Logan gets out of the inning. And after 6, it's the Indians 5 and the Twins 2. The Injury Lawyers at Elk & Elk, proud partners of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. And by the stylish 2017 Kia Optima. 5-2, Indians lead it. And we go to the 7th inning. And the Twins go back to their bullpen. Third pitcher of the night is making his major league debut. He is right-hander Alan Busnitz. Georgian native, originally a 25th round pick of the Angels 4 years ago, and he came to the Twins along with Hector Santiago for Ricky Nolasco. And the guy who pitched 6 innings of shutout baseball for the Angels tonight, Alex Meyer. See, it all comes full circle.
Yes, it does.
Foul back out of play. Missed inside. He is facing one of the hottest hitters in baseball currently.
2 for 3 in this ball game. 8 for 12 in the series.
8 for 12 with 4 doubles, 2 home runs. And that's just in this series. And we've talked about some of his numbers dating back farther than that. He's been on an extended tear, but this is just.
Well, he has the most 3-hit games on this team, and needs one more to keep it going. He's bringing that home batting average on the road with him this time.
He actually struck him out. So in his major league debut, Alan Busenitz has something to write home about.
Yeah. Well, it's time to rally together to send the Indians to the 2017 All-Star Game in Miami. Fans can vote 5 times a day and up to 35 times total to help Frankie, Jose, Kip, and others get to the All-Star Game. Visit Indians.com/vote and cast your ballot.
Encarnacion sends a towering fly ball to center field. And there are 2 out. Miller time brought to you by Miller Lite. Last inning, it was a walk to Carlos Santana. A well executed bunt by Austin Jackson. 2 on, nobody out. And after a strikeout by Gomes, Lonnie Chisenhall launches a 3-run homer.
Speeds his bat up with that hanging breaking ball, and I'll tell you what, that inning was really set up nicely. The walk, really nice bunt, and then the 3-run homer.
There's a line drive, base hit in the right field for Carlos Santana, his 2nd hit tonight, and it keeps the inning alive.
Center fielder, Austin Jackson.
Alan Busenitz went to high school at Athens Christian High. Then he went to Georgia Perimeter College.
Never heard of it.
Me either. Then he transferred to Kennesaw State, also in Georgia. And that's when the Angels made him a 25th round pick in 2013. The 3-0. You figure, though, if Georgia Perimeter College had a basketball team, they have to be good shooters.
Here we go. Now we get to that time of the night. We're getting a little goofier, a little punch happy. Well, 2-out walk. So that'll give Yan Gomes an opportunity.
He's 0 for 3 on the night.
Gomes had 3 ribbies in yesterday's game.
Right down the heart of the plate, but a bouncer to third. Sano stumbled a bit, but rights himself, throws out Gomes, decides to retire. Stretch time in Minneapolis, 5-2 Cleveland.
House. That'll take place next Saturday. Twins will be in town. That's June 24th. Just go to Indians.com for the ticket information.
Interesting that you read that, because Cody Allen has been throwing in the Indians bullpen. Here is Boone Logan, who got the final out of the 6th inning after giving up a hit and a walk, facing Jorge Polanco.
I gotta see Cody. Cody hasn't pitched since June 11th.
Has it been a week?
Yeah, it's the
Wow.
White Sox the last time he's pitched in the ball game.
Well, maybe Tito's thinking about giving him a couple innings of work, maybe?
He very well could. The way it's gone so far in this series, you thought you were going to need that bullpen, but I knew I haven't seen a pitch in a while, and it's been the 11th of June against the White Sox.
Grounded to third. Urshela with a nice pick. Spins around and makes a perfect throw.
Really nice play. That ball was almost by him.
Urshela has always been very good defensively.
We knew that from the past. You see that hop. That's not a real easy hop. That's sort of a tweener. But he made it look easy as he, see that glove started down and he brought it up. That was really a nice play. The first out. You're right. He's always been a fine glove man.
Gio's had to battle through some physical ailments. You know, he gets banged up, nicked up. Remember a couple years ago when he was at the big league level, he had a bad back. He played through it, but it was painful for him. He still went out there and played solid.
Well, that's the one thing. You get opportunities. You have to stay healthy if you want to perform.
Jason Castro 0 for 2 tonight. Swing and a miss. Bounce one in there. 1-2. Logan fires, and that's way outside. 2-2. Logan delivers, same spot, missed again, full count.
Trying to get him to chase. Logan, a guy that he doesn't like to throw strikes to you if he doesn't have to. But those just weren't close enough to swing at.
That time he blew it by him upstairs. And Logan gets the strikeout, 2 down in the inning.
Got him with a high fastball. Came right in there, elevated, good pitch. Got it above the belt, gets the strikeout, and out comes Terry Francona. He will make a move. Logan done, so he went.
So Cody Allen is coming in here in the 7th inning. With the Indians on top, 5-2. Two down in the 7th will come on to face Byron Buxton. As Rick said, he has not pitched since June 11th. So it's, you know, in those back-to-back Dodger games, it got away from the Indians.
Right.
And he never had a chance to pitch.
So, yeah, they never had that lead, although it was close, so he never had to pitch.
He had the blowout win in the finale.
Hasn't been in here because they've scored a lot of runs, not a safe situation. So now he's got to get some work in. So Tito, they had to find some way to get him probably this inning and the next. How about that? One pitch, get out of the inning.
We'll go to the 8th. The Indians lead it 5-2. Any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. 5-2 Cleveland. And now we go to the 8th inning. Lonnie Chisenhall, Giovanni Urshela, Francisco Lindor due up for Cleveland. Rain falling once again here at Target Field. And it's picked up in intensity, and it's starting to drive the few fans who have waited it out and stuck it out through a miserable night. They may have finally said the heck with it. Lonnie swings, sends the first pitch to center field. Buxton makes the catch, one away. Recapping the storylines brought to you by Mazda. Win tonight, and the Indians are a .500 team against left-handed starters on the year. And for Mike Clevenger, down in the zone. He was good. He only gave up 1 run, but the rain knocked him out of the game.
It sure did.
He had given up just 2 hits through 4 innings of work, struck out 4. Giovanni Urshela. I know they don't give any points out for squaring the ball up, but I feel like he's hit the ball hard all 3 times up tonight. Lined out the center, a couple of hard ground ball outs to short. This one is an old-fashioned pop-up. And the shortstop, Polanco, just kind of reached out. I'm not sure if he thought somebody was closing in on him or not, but he makes the catch, and there are 2 down. He didn't look real sure of himself there, did he?
Well, no, he did not. That was his ball all the way, though.
And now Lindor 1 for 4 on the night. Now Lindor truly, his first 2 times up, hit the ball hard. Flied to deep center, flied to deep left, but he was 0 for 2. And after grounding out to third in the 5th inning, he singled into right field in the 6th. Alan Busnitz. The Georgia native delivers. Lindor fouls it back. Indians are 6 outs away from taking over sole possession of first place in the division. Good breaking ball. That had some sharp movement to it. And it's 1-2. Two o'clock. Our first pitch time tomorrow as the Indians and Twins wrap up the series. Our coverage will begin with Indians Live at 1:30. 1-2 pitch upstairs. Tribe will see a right-handed starter for the first time in the series.
They might as well stay with left-handers. They're getting a feel for it.
Kyle Gibson goes for Minnesota. Trevor Bauer will make the start for the Tribe.
And they like playing on this Minnesota turf, don't they?
Yeah, going for their 7th straight win here in Minnesota. Not to mention, they would be now, what, 7-2 overall this year against the Twins.
Yes.
Lindor shoots it foul just past first base umpire Dan Bellino. You know, we mentioned before, Rick, about how the Indians dominated the Tigers last year, played well against the Royals. Remember, in the first part of the season, they couldn't beat the Twins.
No, the Twins, you're right. They had the best record against the Indians of any of the other teams in the division last year. They were 10-9. The Indians were 10-9.
Yeah.
But yeah, they picked it up on in the second half. You're right.
Francisco Lindor with a high drive to deep right field, and that one is gone. Wow, man, that's the Indians' 4th home run of the night. Lindor's 13th of the season. And it makes it 6-2 Cleveland. So Lindor and the Indians have scored all of their runs tonight via the long ball.
Boy, they have had a good series with the long ball. You know, one swing, again, 2 outs. That looked like a little spinner that stayed middle of the plate. Put a nice swing on it, and he knew it. So that makes it a 6-2 ball game.
Seventh home run of the series for the Indians. Daniel Robertson takes up and away. Oh no, called a strike. 1-1. Ground ball to short. Polanco throws him out. And we'll go to the last half of the 8th. The Indians living on the long ball tonight. Lead it 6-2. Bottom of the 8th inning. Top of the order for Minnesota. Cody Allen came on, made one pitch to get the final out of the 7th inning. In his career, Cody Allen has a 1.41 earned run average against the Twins, but they have hung a couple of losses on him. He does have 9 saves.
A nice breaking ball.
It really was. Missed outside that time. And it's 2-1. Ground ball, and look who's right there to gobble it up. Jose Ramirez. 1 down. Mike Clevenger got the start. He went 4. He gave up just a couple of hits. The one walk was to the wrong guy, Byron Buxton, who stole a bag, and he tried to pick him off. He went to third on the air and scored on the 2-out double. But I mean, outside of that, he was really good.
Tell you what, I liked it. He kept the ball down, Matt. He was moving it in. He was not afraid to throw the fastball inside. He didn't have a great feel for his changeup tonight. He had a very good slider, but he kept the ball down. And you're right. The only mistake was that walk that hurt him, and then he threw an error into center field to get him to third base. But unfortunately, the rain shortened his night. Hour and 15-minute rain delay in the 4th inning.
Line to third, and a terrific catch by Urshela. How about Gio leaping toward the line, snared that, and robs Maurer of probably extra bases.
Oh, absolutely. That's just do or die. He just reacted. Yes, go ahead and smile. That was a reaction. That's so hard with a left-hander hits the ball and slices it your way. He just saw it go off the bat. He dives and it goes right into his glove. What a beautiful play that was. So that's the second nice play tonight. That one was a dandy.
And a strike in there to Miguel Sano, 0 for 3. You were talking about that rain delay. During that rain delay, we ran an interview that I did with Dan Otero, and in that interview, Dan talked about the fact that Cody Allen has so much respect from his teammates and in that bullpen, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that he truly has a team first, selfless attitude. And Dan brought up the fact that last year before the trading deadline, Cody went to Chris Antonetti and Tito and said, hey, if you guys can get a closer, I'll set up, I'll do whatever you have to do. This team got a chance to win. And he didn't know at the time how that was going to turn out, that they would get obviously Andrew Miller, and boy, what a tandem they ended up making. But he said at the time, you do what you have to do to make this better.
You don't see many guys say anything like that. And not in today's game. You certainly do not. And you know what? They went and got the best reliever and one of the best guys out there, and he's still the closer.
Fouled off. Cody got off to a fantastic start, and you know he has historically been kind of a slow starter out of the bullpen. But this year he was razor sharp from the beginning. He's had a few hiccups along the way, but
Everybody does.
There are no closers that don't anymore.
No, you know what? 1, 2, 3 innings. Everybody expects you to go out when you're a closer and give me 1, 2, 3. Nobody reach base.
I mean,
Cody makes it interesting sometimes.
Kenley Jansen's the only guy now that I can think of that's on that level where.
Well, one pitch, he's like a Mariano Rivera.
But he's right now. I mean, do that for 10 years and then come back and talk.
I totally
right?
understand.
Yeah.
Totally understand.
Upstairs he missed. Full count.
You don't know how hard it is. That last inning is just a difficult inning. Not many people can do it on a consistent basis or year after year. I mean, the year that Kimbrel's having in Boston, he's having a phenomenal year. Batting average under 100.
Sano may have finally got one. This one's deep to left.
No.
And no, that died in front of the wall.
That's right.
So it's a 1, 2, 3 inning for Cody Allen. And for the third straight at bat, Miguel Sano has driven one deep, but come up short.
Have to wake you up.
Taylor Rogers.
Okay.
Taylor Rogers on for the 30th time this year. He's got the 3, 4, and 5 spots in the Indians lineup. Jose Ramirez has struck out his last 2 times up, and that's a story because before that they couldn't get him out. He has 8 hits already in this series. He was the story this afternoon when the Indians beat the Twins 9-3. Slow chopper to third. Sano scoops it, throws it, got it. Ramirez this afternoon had 2 homers, a double, and 4 runs batted in. Now Edwin Encarnacion 0 for 3 here tonight. He had the tone-setting home run so far in this series. That was last night. The Indians were up 1-0 in the 3rd inning, and he clobbered a 3-run homer almost to the 3rd deck in left field. That made it 4-0, and it was just one of those moments where he said, "Oh, hello," and the Indians never really have looked back since he hit that blast. They have continued to swing the bats well in run scoring situations. In other words, situationally, they hit the long ball. They've done everything well.
And everybody's chipped in.
Yeah.
You know, you go and you had Bradley Zimmer with 4 RBIs, and Ramirez with 4, and then the one other guy, you get one more RBI. So it's been a total team effort, which has been nice to see.
I don't think there was another RBI. That was the error in the first game. So they ended up with 8 RBIs in that first game. But yeah, I mean, they demolished the Twins starting pitching. You know, Turley went 4 2/3, 8 runs on 9 hits. Wilk 3 1/3, 6 runs on 8 hits. Ground ball to third. Sano again. We'll throw him out 2 down. Mejia didn't get bombed because neither starter factored due to the rain delay tonight. But the Indians beat up the Twins bullpen, which, as we mentioned earlier, has had its struggles, dead last in the American League.
Well, you look at it, you got 5 guys with 2 hits, so that makes it 10. Another 10-hit ball game, 6 runs on the board, 4 home runs, and a double. The Indians coming into this series ended up catching a break as they were missing their 2 best starters. Santana, who's having a terrific year. Barrios, who's been pitching very well too. But you know, these guys will come back in Cleveland next week, and they play much better on the road than they do at home. Hard to figure out. And hey, they still have 1 more game to go tomorrow, and they're going to want to make a statement in that game. You can guarantee that.
Santana with a bullet foul. It was only a few days ago. It may seem longer than that for Twins fans. It was only a few days ago they scored 20 runs against Seattle.
At 28 hits.
Yeah, 28 hits.
That's right. Yeah. I almost forgot, but you're right. We were back in Cleveland playing the Dodgers when they did that. That's right. They started this homestand with Seattle. They split 4 games, winning that last game of the series. They'll have game tomorrow. That'll make it another 4 games. They'll have Monday off before the White Sox invade. And the White Sox are playing pretty good baseball right now as well.
Yeah, Chicago beat Toronto, and that puts the White Sox at 31-36. They're in last place in the Central.
Get it. Come on, baby. Give me a strike.
You know what, though, Arch? Think about this for a second. Everybody talks about, wow, the Central's a bad division, it's a weak division. The only other division in baseball that has all of its teams with at least 31 wins is the AL East. So the Central may not have any team like Cleveland was expected to
take off.
Dominate.
Yeah.
Nobody has dominated.
Separated themselves.
But everybody, I'm not saying it's a great division by any means, but it's packed together tighter than any other division in all of baseball,
yeah,
top to bottom.
Nobody has separated themselves. Usually those top teams have over 40 wins.
Santana with a line drive base hit into left field.
Well, Carlos in the last 2 at-bats has 2 hits, and he has 3 hits in game 2 of this series. He's 3 for 4. Walked 1, scored a run. That was a pitch down and away. That's not too bad. That's a pretty good swing right there, and you can see the shift. He beat the 4-6 hole there with the 3 guys over between the shortstop and the second baseman on the left side of the field.
Well, it's not like the Indians are blowing Minnesota out in this game, but let's face it, it's a long day. It's the end of a long day. You're in the 9th inning. It's raining.
It's miserable.
You got to be pretty miserable. And Santana just went up there and fought him tooth and nail for that hit, following off pitch after pitch after pitch.
There's a guy who's playing every day. Easy to give an at-bat away in that situation is what you're saying, and he did not.
Yeah, I get something that looks good early. Let me swing and get out of here.
Right.
But no.
Well, there's a guy who's had a good day, too. Really set it up. Hitting the home run to get him on the board, tie the game, and then really set up the 6th inning with a bunt after the leadoff walk before Chisnall hit the 3-run home run.
And it reminds me of something else that Dan Otero said way back in spring training in that interview we ran. He said Terry Francona, of all the managers he's ever played for, he's the only one, when he gets everybody together in spring training, he reaffirms that, hey, it's we. 40 guys are going to make this club be on the 40-man roster, and it is we. We're going to need all of you at some point. He makes everybody feel like they have a role to play.
And he's
sincere
not know when,
about it. Right. You may not know when that's going to come along, but here tonight's a perfect example of that. You know, you get Ryan Merritt, who gets called up, makes a start, does his job. You get Austin Jackson, who's done a terrific job filling in and playing his specific role.
Right.
But he knows his role, and he's done a fine job. You're getting contributions now from rookies like, Bradley Zimmer. We haven't seen Gio Urshela in a while, and he's made some nice plays defensively tonight. Zimmer comes on to run for Jackson.
Well, he's honest with him. He keeps them in their roles. He tries to set them up to succeed and never puts them in to fail.
And look, we all understand it. Things don't always go as you plan, or things don't always go as maybe you hope. But it's a long season.
Yes.
And Tito's still got him in a pretty good spot. About to take over the top spot in the division.
You look at Tito and the way he's been since he's here, they usually take off and go in the second half.
True.
They're second half warriors.
Kepler over near the line makes the catch. And that'll end the inning. So we'll go to the bottom of the ninth. Andrew Miller coming on. It's Miller time with a Tribe up 4. Brian Chevrolet play of the game. Lonnie Chisenhall.
Yeah, why not? Got the start against the left-hander, and he hooked one up. He gave him the 2-1 lead, and then stepped up and hit a big 3-pointer on a slider off of Duffy, and that opened it up for the Tribe. That'll be our Pat O'Brien play of the game.
Lonnie now 6 RBI in the series. New pitcher, Andrew Miller. Well, that rain's still coming down. Bradley Zimmer stays in the game in center. Max Kepler 1 for 3 on the night, leads off and takes a strike. Blew it by him. he strikes him out on 3 pitches. Rick, the bullpen has been very efficient now. When you look at Boone Logan threw 15 pitches in an inning. Cody Allen used 15 pitches in an inning in the 3rd. And now Miller strikes out Kepler on 3 pitches here in the 9th. Minnesota today, as a pitching staff, has thrown 352 pitches, including both games of the doubleheader. Urshela makes the grab. There are 2 down. Andrew Miller trying to finish this game for the Indians. One ball, 1 strike. Weak ground ball by Miller. Ramirez has to hurry, and he threw it away. I think, you know, there's probably several factors at work there. By the time it rolled through the grass, that ball had to be pretty slick, and he had to get rid of it quick because you just don't have any time. Rosario gets down the line in a hurry.
Yeah, and you know what? Right there, you're just trying to make a good play, and I'm sure the ball slipped out of his hand.
You know what? That really wasn't that bad of a throw either. It's just the way Santana was on the bag, he couldn't reach back for it. So on the air, Rosario moved to second base.
Come on, buddy. Come on, Twitch. Base hit. Base hit a home run. You choose.
Straight air all the way, no hit.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Jorge Polanco 0 for 2 with a walk.
Come on, buddy. Give me a base hit. Give me a base hit, please. I'm getting so wet. Give me a base hit, please. Come on, man.
And a fly ball, shallow right. In comes Lonnie, makes the catch, and the Indians take over the top spot in the American League Central Division as they beat the Twins by a final score here tonight of 6.